So, welcome to the international conference, Convicts Growing Competences. It's a gathering organized by National Institute for Social Integration and supported by European Union. My name is Agnem, and I'm from National Institute for Social Integration in Lithuania. And today I'll be the moderator of the conference. So today we are thrilled to bring together experts from Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Turkey for a day of insightful discussions, shared experiences, and of course, a collective commitment to fostering competence growth among young inmates. So this is our main topic today, and I guess let's get into it. So I'm introducing our first conference speaker, Eglė Česnauskytė-Iršeit. Eglė is a social worker with a profound commitment to making a positive impact on the lives of others. Her experience have led her to role where she supports refugees by helping them to adapt to the new environment. Wow. So Agla will provide insights into the HATA program, offering a clear understanding for its purpose and transformative impact on the rehabilitation of young inmates. So please join me in welcoming Agla to share her expertise just in a moment.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce our social hostel called HATA. Creating a sense of community and support, we have a social hostel HATA, which is hostel for refugees and former prisoners. And the social hostel operates according to the program All Different, All Equal of the National Institute of Social Integration. The concept of social hotel HATA is an accommodation where the refugees and foreign prisoners can found a temporary shelter, can found a support. It's a healthy environment. And the core idea is to foster a sense of community, social integration, and empowerment through shared spaces, communal activities, and tailored support services. Importance of supporting former prisoners, first of all, is reducing recidivism. As we know, former prisoners often face challenges when reintegrating into society, which includes finding stable housing and employment. And our social hostel plays a crucial role in reducing recidivism rates by providing a supportive environment that addresses the challenges. As well, build a support system. Leaving the prison can be isolating, and social hostel offers a community where former prisoners can establish positive connections, receive mentorship, and access resources that contribute to their successful reintegration and employment opportunities. We collaborate with local businesses and organizations to create the job placement programs, helping former prisoners to secure employment and regain financial stability. The social hostel model is physical well-being, mental and emotional support, social support, communal integration, education opportunities, skill development, empowerment, housing stability, employment assistance, and collaboration with external partners. As you can see in these pictures, we have shared living spaces and communal areas, tailored support services for refugees and former prisoners, vocational and skill building programs. Benefits of inclusive housing is social integration and community integration, reducing recidivism rate for former prisoners, and fostering a sense of belonging. who resides here. Currently we have creating new homes for 7 refugees and former prisoners. We have people who work here in our social hostels, which is social workers, psychologists, educators, and translators. You can see this is the pictures of our social hostel, which is shared living spaces and communal areas, tailored support services for refugees and former prisoners, and vocational and skill building programs. Benefits of inclusive housing is social integration and community integration, reducing recidivism rates for former prisoners, and fostering a sense of belonging. In this hotel, currently living 7 refugees and 6 former prisoners. Here we have people who works, social workers, psychologists, educators, and translators. People learn different programs such as budgeting and financial literacy, time management, resume building and interview skills, behavioral counseling, abuse programs, cultural exchange programs, access to legal resources, physical health education, anger management course, effective communication, family reintegration support, and building a positive community presence. Here you can see entrance to our social hostel, which is very cozy. Shared bedrooms. In the rooms, people share the room, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. Here you can see shared living spaces and small shared kitchenette. Space for education where we create different programs and skills where people can learn. And this is a final live, laugh, connect where strangers become friends and friends become family. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.
So thank you for your presentation. It was interesting to listen and to hear what you are doing at Hata.
Thank you.
So now I will introduce our next speaker, Darius Tolushis, who is making a positive impact on the lives of vulnerable youth. Darius works with a skills laboratory. And what does he do? Well, he creates a safe space and supportive environment for young individuals and helps them develop particular set of skills. So today, Darius will share his expertise in working with Skills Laboratory or Įgūdžių Laboratory in Lithuanian. And let's see, hear what Darius has to say.
Okay, thank you, Agnia, and hi, everybody. Okay, and thank you for the invitation to join this conference, actually, and I think I should say good morning or good afternoon to everyone, as I suppose all of us here more or less on the same time zone, I think, except those who are nomads and working from other countries. Well, actually, I'm really happy to see on the participants list with some people who are already knows each other from previous Erasmus or Nord Plus projects. And I hope that fingers crossed that our projects will go through and we can cooperate and do some amazing things, how we can change people's lives, actually. And I know that my colleague Mohamed was working really hard on this conference. So, Mohamed, please don't judge us if anything will not go in order. I know that you had sleepless nights, so thank you for that. Okay, so let's go to the presentation. So my name is Darius Tolushis, and I'm here to represent Įgūdžių Laboratory, which is called in English, which is called Skills Lab. And I will start from technical information and I will give you some statistics, and I will let you know about our program, and I hope we'll have 2 or 3 minutes for questions and answers session. Okay, so you can see the first slide that it's our project is called Skills Lab, and I'll give you a bit of content. So if you can, Mohammed, if you can jump to second slide. So I will give you some brief introduction to the Skills Lab program, and I will tell you a bit more about our staff, about our vulnerable youth, why did we choose this particular group, and how we are transforming life through non-formal education and empowering vulnerable youth to be active citizens. And I will overview of our month-long camps, and I will tell you a bit more about our future projects, which we are on our working list for the year 2024 and 2025. Okay, so non-formal education home is a non-governmental organization working in the field of social business development and empowering vulnerable young people to be active citizens. And can we jump to the third slide, please, Mohammed? And since 2019, the organization we started our Skills Lab program, which is aimed to social and working skills development among youth. And Skills Lab is social innovation where young people living in Lithuania receive help, which is often rejected by the institutions. And I would say that our main goals is to provide assistance to the young people who face systematic discrimination and experience the risk of dropping out of education system, and who do not study or not working. And can we go to the next slide, please? Another less important goal is to develop social and working skills for these vulnerable youth. And our program focuses on developing both, I mean, on social and working skills among participants. Very important goal for us is to provide assistance and intensive support. And our Skills Lab, we are offering intensive assistance and support to young people through the participation in the program. I would say that. Okay, and what are these people? What are these youth people age 16 to 29? So I will explain you a bit more about this if we can go to the next slide. And people are those who are made early criminal activities. It can be like that, or those who are. We did some research, and these vulnerable people, youth coming there, coming from the underdeveloped regions. They have unsustainable environments. Those who are living in economic poverty and overlooked by other government institutions, and who are. The very important thing is those who are facing discrimination factors. Yeah. month-long camps. Okay, so what we actually do, and Skills Lab, we are organizing month-long camps, which are in the small town of Antalapte, and Antalapte is a small town which is around 100 to 130 kilometers from our capital Vilnius, and inhabitants in Antalapte, in the whole community, we have like 350, and it's very interesting to see, you know, how these, how after the 1 month long camp, how these people are vulnerable youth, how they're integrating into the local communities. And in one camp, we have 6 to 10 vulnerable youth, people who are age 16 to 29. And actually, previous year, I mean 2023, it was quite busy year. We have organized 8 or even 9 camps, and you know, it's in my opinion, we achieved very positive results. Okay, so in our next slide, you see what are 4 very important things at our camps, what we do. I would say it's the most important things is to communicate with these young people, growth, and they should be ready for the new challenge. And after the months-long camps, we need to provide professional support for them. Can we jump to the next slide about our lovely staff? And it's a pity that I cannot be today with my team in Vilnius. Part of our team is working at Hata program as well. So what we have at these camps, we have, of course, social workers, we have psychologists, we have employment specialists, and of course, we have reintegration specialists who are sharing their experiences with the people, with these youth. And I would say the next slide. Very important for us is international collaboration. We're currently working with Icelandic partners, and we're learning and sharing experiences and sharing our experience. We are going to the visits. We are gaining experience, and we are teaching others, you know, how to implement our work models. Projects. If you jump to the next slide, what are our projects for the year 2024 and 2025 for our company? It's very important to establish good and strengthen NGO network, and we will continue to develop Erasmus and other European Union projects. And as I told you, I'm very happy to see the participant list that our partners are in this conference as well. And what would be very important in the year 2024 for us as a part of Skills Lab is to share the knowledge with other European partners. I mean, with partners from Hungary, Latvia, and other countries. I mean, what we will do, but it's not quite new thing for us, because we were organizing international trainings and international camps. So the year 2024, our one of the main things which we want to strengthen is to organize international camps where the vulnerable youth people, they can come to Lithuania and to feel, you know, how we are working with them. So we really want to share experience with the partners, with I mean NGOs like you. So that it is my presentation. I hope you got an idea how it works. And now, Mohammed, if we can jump to some pictures to show it how interactive can be.
Okay, Mohammed is checking.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see in a moment.
Well, maybe we can I mean, if we have a few minutes, maybe somebody have some questions about skills.
Yeah, feel free to ask questions, and also just a quick reminder that is there is the pictures. No?
Yeah. Okay. So our people, I mean, the vulnerable youth, you can see here a monastery, and some of our camps, they might be organized even in monasteries. Now, in this monastery in Talepte, we are making cooking class courses. We are doing local trainings and international training. So once you will be in Lithuania, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome to come here, and this is how Skills Lab look like. How we are working with these our beloved vulnerable youth. And yeah, this is a few pictures from previous training, and we have plenty of open spaces for them, and plenty of activities.
So thank you, Darius. It was interesting to listen and to see the pictures. I hope that you will get partners and you will organize international trainings here in Lithuania.
Really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So also, I didn't mention before, but about the questions at the end of our conference, we will have a quick, question answer session. But feel free to ask, during the meeting in the chat, because at the moment, and we will see maybe at the end. Okay. So now I'm going to present the next speaker. Žydrūnė Ilgarubytė. So Žydrūnė serves as reintegration specialist at the National Institute for Social Integration and is currently a final year bachelor student in psychology and at Vilnius University. Žydrūnė's main areas of interest and work encompass criminal and legal psychology, attitudes, stereotypes, along with the study of criminal behavior and its potential for change. So with the comprehensive understanding she has, she will, talk more or less about her work. And yeah, let's see what Žydrūnė brings today to our conference. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Žydrūnė, and As Agne mentioned, I work as a reintegration specialist at the National Institute for Social Integration. And specifically, I work with people of all ages serving real prison sentences in Lithuanian prisons. And I also contribute to activities in the before mentioned projects in the Social Hostel Hata and Skills Lab. So, next slide. So now I will talk about more specifics of my work in general, and then I move on to specific work with young people serving real prison sentences. So the specific of the work are different in each of mentioned places, and in prison and in Hata and in Skills Lab, because in the prison we have young people who have already committed criminal offenses. And in the Skills lab, we have young people who are prone to delinquent behavior, but usually don't yet committed crimes or who have social integration problems. Whereas in the Hata, we have a mix of both of these groups. So, but generally speaking, in all locations, we use group consultation on psychoeducational and life skills topics, as well as individual counseling to respond to the individual needs of our clients and to answer questions that are relevant to them. So, I will go on to talk about my experience of working with young people serving prison sentences. So, I will share more of my experience of what I observe in this work, and I will talk about a bit about problems and difficulties that arise there. Then I will talk about risks of serving a prison sentence at a young age, and then I will talk about the actual work on and the possibilities of help for these young people. So, first of all, the problems. Both statistical studies and actual interviews with people in prison showed that the younger people are in prisons, the more likely they are to reoffend within 3 to 5 years. And also, the longer a young person spends time in prison, they have a greater risk for developing antisocial behavior after his release. Another problem is the prejudice of young people. Often, young people, especially if they are serving their first prison sentence, are extremely determined and confident about themselves. And like many ordinary young people, they try to distance themselves from the power shown by their elders and try to do things themselves. And this has big impact on their motivation, as often when we offer them help, they just simply refuse it. And two things are at work here. So firstly, why they're refusing help. These young people are often already disappointed with the adults. The young person's criminal behavior usually is a sign that he needs help. But instead of helping him, the adults have applied punitive measures, which has landed him in jail. And because of this moment, when I talk to people in prison, I always ask them, what was your first crime? Where your path began? And it really hurts to hear people talk about the fact that because of certain circumstances, they lived in a very poor conditions. And often their first crime was stealing to earn money for food or to support their families. And they shared that no one, neither teachers in school nor neighbors or relatives, offered help or sympathy. Instead, those people were judged and rejected for their behavior. And another problem is that in youth culture, especially among vulnerable young people who are deprived, mentally disturbed, neglected, or who observe criminal behavior in their environment, criminal behavior becomes the norm. And those who commit crimes become the heroes to which they aspire. And in both of these cases, young people in prison are less likely to accept help. They do not believe they can have a different lifestyle and show a greater hostility to the possibility of change. So moving on to the risks, I will only talk about few of them here, as there are actually many more risks. So first thing, what I see in my work is that one of the most important risks of being in prison at a young age is use of psychotropic substance. And although substance use usually starts before imprisonment, it is reinforced in the prison system. In general, Lithuania has a high level of substance use in prison and other behavioral correction institutions. So it is not surprising that young people fall into a cycle of substance use in order to fit in with other prisoners and other youth, either of curiosity because there is new substance in the prison system, or because they are just simply manipulated by dealers. And there are further problems here because, as you know, our prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for critical thinking and decision making, develops up to age of 25, so that young person is not always able to evaluate or underestimates the consequences of substance use, and usually effects of substance on the developing brain in many cases lead to later memory problems and the ability for them to learn, get an education, and accept just simply a new information. Another risk is learned behavior. So up to age of 29, we are maturing as individuals. And while we are children, our parents' upbringing is the main means of shaping us. But as we grow up, we become more and more involved in social life, which starts to take a bigger and bigger part in our formation. This means that a person can come to prison from a very good family. He can have friends who behave well, but after he comes in the prison, he learns how to live with unwritten prison rules. He learns criminal behavior throughout social modeling and direct teaching. For example, during interviews, clients themselves share that when they first went to prison, they were raw and unexperienced, but other inmates were quick to mentor them and teach them how to live. The other inmate school teach them how to survive in the institution and in the world based on criminal behavior. So clients share that that's how they learn how to behave and react violently. They learn how to make money more easily and bypass the system, and it has just become their way of life. So in short, therefore, a young person in prison, especially if it's a mixed institution, not only for young people who commit crimes, so they are educated to become more, to become a criminals. And finally, another important risk is the young person's life afterwards. As is well known, most young people who end up in prison come from high-risk families or care institutions. And I have worked with a young man who was serving a sentence because he beat up his abusive stepfather after he beat his mother. And at the time, he got a short sentence, but since he was 19 years old, he didn't have his home or his financial income. So after the sentence, after the release, he went back to the same house, and I didn't have to wait long until I met him again in the same prison, because only now for more serious offense, because he came back to the same home where he was abused. And this is just one story, but most young people after prison sentences return to the same environment that led them to the criminal behavior, whether it's a group of friends, a foster care facility, or a home where they have to defend themselves against violence. It is therefore clear that it's a straight path to return to criminal acts and probably to prison again. So, on a slightly more positive note, it is important to emphasize that just as young person can learn criminal behavior in prison, we have just as much opportunity to help them learn pro-social behavior. So first of all, it is usually in individual counseling, we are trying to find out why a person ended up in prison, what problems they encountered before prison that led them to act in to criminal behavior. And this is important because then we can go on to draw up a plan of who we will work with. If the young person is serving a sentence for theft, further counseling focuses on education and opportunities to learn money in legal ways and financial management. If the criminal activity was linked to violent behavior, again, the focus is on the choice and influence of the social environment on our lives, anger management techniques, knowledge of emotions, and more appropriate ways of dealing with frustration. And what is good about maturing person is that it's easier to move them in the right direction with enough examples and evidence that the path we have suggesting them can lead to better opportunities. And also during counseling, we always talk to young people about the fact that being in prison is not the end of their lives and that they have and that they have no other option. And this is particularly important if it is the first time that a young person has been sentenced to prison, because afterwards they have a great opportunity, like an open window time, to choose a more acceptable lifestyle. And that's why it is important to show them other ways to live, that it's not just a prison and criminal life, that they have another choice. And we do this mostly in group sessions where we teach young people about the importance and opportunities of education and career paths, practical skills such as signing a CV or attending a job interview. We talk with them about taxes and how to pay them, and about just general financial management. And of course, behavior change is also a big part of the sessions. So we talk with young people about the risk of violent behavior and how to change it. We learn with them about social relationships and how to build uh, uh, relationships with friends, how to draw boundaries when communicating with friends or with family, and how to build confidence and learn about themselves. And of course, as I mentioned before, instrumental support is also a big part of our work with young people in prison, because young people face a variety of problems and usually they don't have the skills to solve them. And by helping them, we are also in that process, we are teaching them to be independent. So this help usually includes encouragement to seek treatment for existing mental disorders, usually addiction to substance use. And we help with enrollment in educational institutions. We help to fill important paperwork or just find accommodation at the end of the prison sentence. An important part of all of this process is to support and motivate young people so that do not have so they don't give up when they encounter the first difficulties and choose the easier path that they have already learned. And here we can also come to the general possibilities for helping young people in prison. Next slide. Although prisons provide formal opportunities for secondary education and vocational training for people of all ages, young people often refuse these opportunities because they don't see a point in that. And here again, it is important to involve both the prison social workers and external youth workers, reintegration specialists, to motivate those young people and to show for that person why they should accept that offered help. And another thing we can do is to ensure that a young person continues their education after completing the sentence when they are released, by helping to find and enroll in an educational institution, and by providing further support in this process. And there are, if there are no other people around who can help them. And of course, another very important support option is to help the young person return to a safe environment. And here, involvement of social institutions and NGOs is very important, where a youth worker or, as mentioned before, a social worker or reintegration specialist can mediate in cooperation and in search for a safe house or institution where the young person can receive support after the release until they adjust and is able to go out and live independently. So in summary, working with young people in prisons bring out a few key points. Firstly, that prisons are not currently a place where young people can just spontaneously reform and learn pro-social behavior, but rather right now they encourage recidivism and antisocial behavior. Secondly, the role of social workers and other professionals working with young people in prison is crucial in changing a young person's behavior in order to provide them with the right role models and a path to life. And thirdly and finally, it is important that whole society, not only professionals, but whole society should take action and support measures before a young person enters the legal system and comes to prison, and that will help ensure lowering incarceration rates and greater opportunities for young people with a tendency to offend, to change, and adapt to society. So that's it from me. Thank you.
So thank you, Jidrune. It was really interesting to listen to your expertise. So moving on to the next speaker, I want to introduce Inga Ransova, our project leader. Her visionary work includes designing social projects, initiating social innovations, and contributing to social business. Inga's career spans from work with risk families, individuals with addiction disorders, convicts, migrants, emphasizing human rights and addressing issues of violent behavior. So today, Inga will guide us through the Growing of Competences project, sharing its 2-year journey, achievements, challenges, results in the integration of young inmates. Warm welcome, Inga.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be in this conference. So first of all, thank you for Mohamed that you are managing that conference. From what I would like to start to my presentation. So first of all, I am talking from our social hostel Hata, and time by time I think you can hear like our cat is talking with us, how our team going through my back, either our clients here coming. So the aim that social hostel Hata is our home, and we are creating the home for our social vulnerable people. And we love to have that Hata. Actually, what is most important to talk about, so the name of Hata, it means that in Slavic language, in basic Slavic language, Hata means like home, but in subculture of prisoners, it means like small space where they live in. And a few months ago, I had to know that Hata in Tamil language, in Sri Lankan Tamil language, means mama. So that is through that Hata name, I want to represent our team. So our team is very special, and I'm always saying for our clients that we are not changing their life; they are changing by themselves. But deep in my heart, I feel that we are changing their life because they are creating here their safe life, safe connections with other people. And actually, in our team, we have quite a different names of people. So basically, my team calling me Inga Boss. We have another colleague, Inga, so she is second Inga. We have Mama Hat. And our team has a name, not like a specialist, like social worker or director or manager. We are giving the names for our team members. So now I want to show you actually how we live. So first of all, we have paintings from prison, straight from prisons, and they are in our Hata. Okay, so I said what I want without my slides, and now I will try to turn my slides. Okay, I think I did it. not good. I went to full screen. Just yeah.
Just press slideshow.
Where?
Something in Lithuanian.
Something in Lithuanian. Okay. So what about our project? As Agni mentioned, it had started 2 years ago, and through those 2 years, we grow up very quickly. It means that 3 years ago, I was started to go to prisons like a social worker. And I was working with people who have addiction to drugs. And actually, my clients always were those people who are going to prison, going out from the prisons. And when I went first time in the prison, I thought that I know everything about the life, what is happening in prison, because basically my clients, when they come to me, to my consultations, they were talking about what is happening in prison, fun and not such a fun stories. And what happens when I went first time in the prison, I recognized myself that it was my it was only my thought that I know what is happening in prison, but the life is completely different in there, and people are facing with a very strange and different issues. For example, in Lithuanian prison system, there are groups. For example, it is a simple group. It is like I'm saying that our prison system has 3 levels, and if you are in the 3rd level, it means that you are you are doing good in prison system. You are not breaking the rules and blah, blah, blah. And it means that you can eat sugar and honey, but if you are only in 2nd level, so it means that you cannot eat honey and you cannot eat eggs, simple eggs like boiled eggs. So the game in prison, I'm always saying that it's a game, and it's a really difficult game, and I am going there for 3 years and I cannot understand all those rules, and sometimes it sounds for me very funny, but in general, when people coming to me, when I am laughing and they are saying, come on, but we need to live here for a lot of years, and it is a rules in which we are living, and it's really hard. And then I am understanding that, for example, I cannot survive in prison because I would broke all the rules in one day, in 1 hour, either in 5 minutes. So when I started to go to prison, I recognized myself that, for example, in Lithuania, we do not have tools how to work with the inmates in general. So that's why National Institute for Social Integration decided to check up other countries' resocialization strategies and to create a tool how to help for those people who are trying to reintegrate into society after sets. Okay, so my team a little bit introduced for you already our goals of our program. So our organization creating social innovations. So first of all, what we are doing at the moment, and where we are at the moment. So we are in social hostel Hata, and it is a house for those people who do not have where to go from the prison, either those people who could go only in unsafe environment. So it is innovation in Lithuania, and actually we sometimes we need to fight with our neighbors because who lives in our hata. So basically it's migrants, either refugees, either asylum seekers, and our Lithuania is kind of an open country, but not so open when you are talking about your neighbors. And as well in our hata live those people who are committed some kind of crimes. They have addictions to alcohol, either to drugs, and it's as well. It is a shock for our neighbors, but time by time, our relations with neighbor becoming better because people who live here in neighborhood, they can see our clients like those who are caring for other ones, who are trying to support for neighbors, and they are trying to change their behavior. Another fighting area where we need to fight, it's as well political sphere, because what I recognize through those 2 years, so that political situation is very dynamic in Lithuania when we are talking about resocialization of inmates. For example, 1 year ago, we had correction houses, and it was like unethical to say that it is a prison. From 1st of January, we do not have at all correction houses, but we have prisons again. And in the middle of this year, there will be elections in Lithuania, and sometimes we are sitting and laughing and waiting what will be after elections, what words we will use for reintegration of inmates. That's why we had we decided to have such a project and to learn from other countries and to learn together with other countries how to create better socialization situation for young people who had made a crime. Our program working in few spheres, and actually we grew up through 4 years as well. So at the moment we are, I hope so that we are on a peak of our social innovations. Basically, when people are asking for me what I would like to have more in our program, I'm saying that I'm afraid to dream, because when I'm starting to dream, basically it becoming in reality. So I had started to work in this program, All Different, All Equal, with the Living Library. It's non-formal human rights education model. Then we started to work with migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. And now we have a strong program where the main target group of our program is those people who speaks in Arabic language. Because of that, we have specialists who has refugee status as well, and he is supporting for our refugees from Arabic language countries. Then we started to go to prisons, and how social hostel had been created. Because of that, it's really hard to find the place for living for people who has a migrant status, or either who made a crime, either those who do not have enough social skills. So it was the like when it was changed from dreaming about having an accommodation program for us, when I was sitting and talking with one young person, and he was telling his really sad story that he grew up in the family where a lot of abusing, where parents had drink a lot of alcohol, a lot of kids, and he feel that unsafe, and his try alcohol. His first try of using the alcohol was in the family with his parents, and he remembered when he was 12 years old how he feel bad because parents do not manage to drink for him a small portion of alcohol, and he was in prison already, as I remember, 9 or 11 years. And he was talking for me. It stays only 2 years for him to stay in a prison. And he was saying that after 2 months, when I will go out from the prison, I will get back And I was asking for him why. Because of that, I will go to my own house and I will drink for sure with my parents, with all my environment, and I will make a crime. And his crime was he had murdered a person when they beat it. They were drunk, had beat it, and one of participants of that activity recently had died. So that's why we decided to have a hata, and our new dream is to have like rehabilitation station, but we wouldn't like to call it like rehabilitation for those people who have an addiction. It will be like temporary stop for those who cannot get integrated into society so quickly, who has post-traumatic syndrome, either who had spent in prison more than 10 years and they have no education, no social skills, and they are so scared to be active that they need to rest at first of all. And of course, we are making trainings for target groups like my colleagues were presented, and trainings for specialists about our target groups. Okay, so in this project, the goal was to create the methodology for social skills education for young people who had made crimes. As well, we had trainings, local trainings and international trainings, how to use that methodology while working directly with our target group. And as I mentioned before, it was the project was started because of that. We saw the lack of resources of providing assistance for social vulnerable young people who had committed the crime. And there were there is four countries in collaborating 4 countries in this project. So it is Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Turkey. Actually, the grant for this project was not so easy get it because our agency asked for us why you decided to ask to collaborate in this project such a strange like countries like Hungary, Romania, and Turkey, that the situation is not social innovations, resocialization situation is not so high like in Norway, the Nordic countries. And I said that all of those countries who are collaborating in this project, we are trying to make social innovations to change the situation. It doesn't matter that some countries are in higher level of social integration. We can learn from them, and that's why we decided we made a research for countries who has a higher social integration models in the world. And first of all, we had created the methodology, developed the activities, and methodology has 3 parts actually. So we write our practical experience, we discuss on our practical methods which we are using for social reintegration of young inmates. We made research and sharing in this methodology research results, and we had created 12 methods for solving some kind of problems of young inmates. In research, we made interviews, and we tried to find out attitudes of youth workers who can make influence to direct work with the young inmates. we check up for the impact of stereotypes about young convicts on their integration process, and specialists identify stigmas and through research we found out that specialists identify stigmas and their impact on the social integration of convicts in all countries which are collaborating in the project. Our experts, our specialists who are working with young inmates said for us, explain for us what kind of challenges their clients facing in social reintegration process. So lack of social skills and motivations, missing for motivation to receive help from prison staff. It's kind of big issue in Lithuania because they do not trust on staff in prison, but they trust on us for specialists from NGOs. Lack of self-confidence, emotional immaturity. They do not have enough skills how to solve their problems. They are afraid of the future. They do not. They would like to change their life, but they do not have any idea from what to start. They facing and they are explaining our clients that basically they feel even safer in environment in the prison because they know all the rules. They know when to wake up, when to go asleep, when to go for lunch, and all other things. They are afraid of changes and innovations. They had lost connections with society, and it is the goal why we are working with our clients here in Social Hostel Hata, because sometimes, and in Skill Lab, actually it happens as well, when people coming to our programs, they are afraid of us a little bit, but on the end of the program, they are basically saying that you are the first family which I had ever. Maybe in specialist words, it's not good to say that we are creating such environment where people feel like in family, but in general, I'm getting colder a little bit, and I can see a little bit open to situations, and I am saying I can say that that feeling of safety actually can make an influence for person to get change in his behavior and his mind, and as well, what is one of challenges for our inmates is low tolerance for rules. So as I mentioned, there are 12 methods, all of them selected in collaboration of all our partners, and we had discussed about our experience, how we are working, what kind of issues our clients facing, and as well it is it was decided on the methods, on the topics of the methods according to our research which had been made. And it is methods which could be used in consulting in the groups up to 12 people, but as well it can be applied in individually. So it means that it can be different schemes. For example, we can start in a group to work with person, and then we can continue in individual consultations. But as well, if we see that a person for person is too difficult to feel open and to discuss open in the group, we can apply those methods individually. All methods has a structure from beginning from the goal, ending with all the development of development all of the consultation. And the topics of methods is effective listening, setting achievable goals, citizenship, values, cooperation. And cooperation is according to subcultures in the prison, because when you are in prison, you need to use one rules. After you are going out, you need to change your you a little bit, even mentally, to change your thinking, to change your conversation skills, how to express your negative thoughts in this way that no one can be hurt, how to politely say no, conflict resolutions, decision making, financial literacy. Actually, it's a very good task for young inmates, because they have no skills and no knowledge about financial literacy, self-knowledge, and psychoactive substance. Actually, when we are creating psychoactive substance methods, so basically people are saying, you are catching me. Here is our friends. He is from prison as well. Can you see our friends? Is it visible now? No? Okay. Our friends is from prison as well. He lives in Hata. That's it. Okay. I catch him. And I think either my slides had been stuck, either I had finished. So thank you, Agnia, for inviting me to talk as well.
Hey, thank you, Inga. It was interesting to hear from you. Thank you for your time. So, can you hear me? Oh, okay. So, thank you again, Inga. And now let's go and see what we can learn from experts, from our partners from Hungary. So now allow me to introduce Dr. Marta Fekete, a professional with a diverse academic background, holding degrees in communication and English language and literature. Dr. Fekete has been a valuable asset at the Ludovico University of Public Service since 2011. With a PhD in law enforcement science and penology, Dr. Fekete's expertise will illuminate our conference as she delves into the methodologies employed in the Growing of Competences project and discusses best practices for fostering competence growth among young inmates. So, warm welcome to Marta.
Thank you very much, Agni. I'm trying to share my screen, and I hope it will be successful, so that we can see my presentation that I've prepared. Can you see it?
Yeah, but you can make it maybe bigger. We see with all the details.
Yeah, I will. Is it bigger at the moment? No. Yeah, this will be bigger like that, right?
No, maybe just choose slideshow if you see the. Oh yeah, we can see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the introduction and the floor. I'm going to say a few words about, my topic is the impact of social skills development, and I'm going to say a few words about what we learned in Hungary throughout the 2 years concerning this topic. In the following 20-25 minutes, I'm going to say a few words about the basic importance of social skills in the reintegration process. And going to reflect a little bit on the possibilities of competence development in child protection from the point of view of scientific literature, basically, and what the results and long-term impact could be of competence-based learning and education in child protection and juvenile correctional settings. I will also reflect on the systemic or holistic approach, which means the togetherness of family, professionals, and NGOs in this matter. However, I'm not going to say too much about NGOs because my colleagues after me are going to present about the role of the NGOs in juvenile correctional settings. And then what I chose to introduce you to is the focus group, the results of the focus group interview, which has been the focus group interview has been done within the course of the project. And we asked several professionals about the prejudices and preconceptions and stereotypes that these have already been mentioned by my colleagues, the presenters before me. So I'm going to say a few words about these, presenting you with a couple of narratives concerning the matter. First and foremost, it's been reflected upon previously in this conference that non-delinquents are more socially competent than delinquents and juveniles, and delinquents have less social knowledge. It's been around in the scientific literature for as long as 50, 30 years, and even, I think, longer. So our basic idea is that maladaptive behavior is due to lack of skills to do better, and it often comes roots in the family. And also these juveniles, these minors have the lack of inadequate learning. And I would like to refer back to Darius's presentation, and he said that dropping out of the school is very frequent among these juveniles. Also, they have very bad experiences and very many failures concerning school. So obviously, their perceptions about school has to be reframed as well. But the good news is that social learning deficits can be remedied by social skills training, but it has to be started at a very young age, and thus it can have a long-term effect and a greater impact on the juvenile's life. I would like to present you with. You can see that the research has been around for quite a long time. It's from 1988 from an Italian couple, where they evaluated 411 young delinquents. However, the same results can be seen in recent studies as well. And they found in this test, in this research evaluation, that although juveniles had the understanding of proper behavior and the social expectations towards them, they score poorly when tested in this matter. They score high when they are tested for manipulation, for physical and verbal aggression, oppositional behavior, antisocial tendencies, and a lack of the following rules, like Inga mentioned as well. And they score low with good judgment, morality, like acceptance of values, and it can be values of the family and values of the society as well. And the family functioning. So we can see that as long as about 50 years, it's been around that they, the social skills and social competencies have to be addressed in a way within the juvenile correctional system or context or setting as well. Let me say a few words about the what works doctrine, which has been again around quite a long time, and it's connected to the name of Robert Martins, and obviously it has some sort of political reasons that the what works doctrine is here with us when in criminal justice, when he asked what works, and he says that nothing works within correctional not only juvenile correctional settings, but also in the prison system. There's no good practice or a good program that is proven to be working. That is, in short, the question of correctional quackery, which is, I think, a very interesting phenomenon in correctional setting. And a couple of Canadian scientists or researchers said that everything that is applied within the correctional setting has to be evidence-based. Like it just cannot be like some sort of program that we like teach to young children or young or juveniles, but it has to be, all the programs have to be evidence-based practices and measurable practices. McKenzie said in 2005 that the basic requirements of effective rehabilitation requires like trained professionals and institutional background. And I'm going to refer to the narratives that I am giving to you in this presentation, that trained professionals don't solely mean like psychologists, but somebody with a certain amount of humanity and pedagogue vein in them. It requires multiple methods, the researchers say, responsive to juveniles' individual characteristics. So it has to be like flexible and individualized, and also it has to be competence-based with cognitive elements. So like trying to change in a way the set of behavioral behavior in juveniles. Okay. Okay, something is wrong with me. I'm sorry. I'm not moving, right?
Oh, actually, I can see you moving. Everything works for me.
Yeah, but something is not. Yeah, thank you. Something has stopped. I have a quotation from the American Psychological Association, the Commission on Violence and Youth from 1993, when they say the primary prevention programs of the type that promote social and cognitive skills seem to have the greatest impact on attitudes about violent behavior among children and youth. Skills that aid children in learning alternatives to violent behavior, like alternatives to violent behavior, include social perspective taking, alternative solution generation, self-esteem enhancement, peer negotiation skills, problem-solving skills training, and anger management. So if you want to reflect upon what works, these would be the answers to what works in this regard. However, I have also highlighted a couple of the methods that I have found in scientific literature and also obviously in my everyday work when I'm dealing with this kind of field. Feedback and evaluation. Evaluation is has a very important role as referring back to the fact that these juveniles don't really have like good experience with school. So evaluation and good feedback is a must. Role plays, experiential education, field trip, and whatever, behavior rehearsal, social reinforcement, cooperative techniques, conflict resolution. One of my colleagues before me mentioned that as well, the debate, project works, and nonviolent methods. The good method has to be in small groups. These juveniles are often hesitant to participate in such group works. But whenever they realize that this is a trustful and good environment, they are more easily opening up. And it's also very important to have it with trained professionals, and it's not necessarily psychologists, but social workers, pedagogues, mental hygienic experts, and so on and so forth. And the results can be, to referring back, self-esteem and self-reflection enhancement, acknowledgement of cultural, ethnical, sexual, religious identification, which is very important. And Inga has already also mentioned the importance of civil values in order to be identified with a certain set of values in a society that creates a sense of belonging and that creates some sort of value system in the juvenile. Perceptions of school has been mentioned several times, and anxiety reduction, which is also very important, a very important result for these children, for these juveniles. I refer that I will say a few words about the holistic approach or systemic approach, if you will. And it basically has like 3 legs, which I'm going to reflect upon: family, professionals, and NGOs. And NGOs is the topic of my colleagues after me, so I'm not going to say too much about that. But about family, it is very important that change starts within the community. So it's very important to deal with the family when we talk about reintegration process. However, resistance from crime is a result of a long multi-factor process, and that's why we are talking about basically like this holistic or systemic approach. Oftentimes, we can say as an axiom with these juveniles that families in itself dysfunctional, divorced, one-parent families, abuse, either physical, verbal abuse, or substance abuse are present. And the importance of strengthening families in their role to provide guidance and discipline as primary carers, like their role to provide values for the children. And it is very important to enhance that, to develop that, to improve that. From my perspective, it is the hardest part because, you know, within a closed context, you can like deal, you can learn, you can work with the juvenile, but then whenever they leave the correctional houses, usually they go back to their families, and the family is very, very hard to tackle on. And there's another quotation that I'd like to share with you from Greenwood from 2008, when he says that the most successful programs are those that emphasize family interactions, probably because they focus on providing skill to the adults who are in the best position to supervise and train the child. So it's like the skill of the adult is another very important trait, or very, very important matter in this field. What about the professionals? I have already mentioned that trained professionals and measurable results are must, like see the correction of Canadian researchers, Martin Zamgendro, and the rest of the researchers. Sense of trust and acceptance is very, very important. And Inga said before me that sometimes these juveniles, these prisoners, I don't really like to call them prisoners, these juveniles don't trust the professionals that they are working with. So it's very, however, at the same time, these professionals are the only connection or the only link for them to like a normal background, a normal set of values. So it's very, very important to build on this trust. And also it's very important to highlight that professionals work with their personality, either in conflict resolution, either in any kind of thing that they basically educate the children about. So it is the basic cornerstone of effectiveness. And I'm going to reflect upon it later when I'm talking about the narratives that we have from Hungary. I also would like to say an honorable mention on life space crisis intervention, and one of my colleagues before me mentioned conflict resolution as well, which is basically goes beyond the context of correctional setting, because it's more about the job market, how to behave in a job interview, how to tackle anger, how to tackle defective behavior, and it's very, very important. This is another tool to work with when you work with juveniles. Life space crisis intervention, or in short LSCI, which I like to highlight whenever we are talking about this topic. And then a few words about the NGOs, just, you know, to provide some extracurricular programs, just to provide some excitement, just to provide something different. Also, I would like to say a few words about church. I mean, with the same, basically with the same role, like they have to provide extracurricular activities, and the role of schools, which I'm not going to highlight any further because I have already talked about it quite a lot of time. The sense of achievement, foundational values, child protection programs, and the positive experiences are very, very important within this context. And then I would like to say a few words about the results of the Hungarian research. It's a recalculative research, a focus group interview, and I chose to introduce this because I think we have received quite a lot of interesting narratives and quotations concerning the matter. Three areas being not basic, three main areas, but obviously a lot more than that have been reflected upon. Difficulties of working with the juvenile, with an offender, as opposed to with the non-offender. Difficulties in the work, in the community, and also reflecting on the stereotypes and prejudices that come when when we talk about delinquent behavior, and the reflections about the role of the family. So these are the three main topics, but obviously there are a lot more to talk about. I'm trying to be quick here. So what we found is that, and obviously almost all of the presentations in this conference have reflected upon it. The different people, these are different people with different background, and I'm referring back to the requirement of flexibility. And then you know, as a professional, you always need to adapt to certain needs, and also you always have to understand, and you know always have to understand when they come, where they come from, and you can work with what they bring to the table. This is a quote unquote. What's the difference between offenders and non-offenders? And as for part about prejudices and stereotypes, our professional says that there's not much difference, because those two are not in closed institutions need the same input. We often think that we need to teach them differently, but you know, after a while, the same topics will come up when you work with either like offender or non-offender. You know, you have to obviously, as I have said, you have to obviously work with your personality and your, basically personality. But you also have to be aware of the proportion, the rate, the highlight, and how you reflect and how you you know, give feedback to these juveniles. But basically, the main idea is the same. Like you have to teach them, like, I'm sorry, normal people, like non-offenders. As for competence-based learning, our professionals reflected on the importance of transversal competencies. So they and it's also another thing that basically highlights the importance of holistic approach. Like everything is connected, and you know, if they learn a certain thing, they have to know that it's connected to another thing. So they have to think in context. One method is not enough, reflecting on the need of adaptation and flexibility. You need to have a plan, you know, as like everybody who is teaching need to have a plan. And you have to accept your boundaries, and you have to accept that, you know, with this certain group, this method would work, but with the other group, this method won't work. So you have to like change it constantly and have to revise yourself. It requires higher degree of self-reflection as well, and you need to define success. And it's, you know, our professionals say that it's baby steps basically. So you cannot like crave a high something. It's baby steps. Prejudice. I have already reflected on upon the fact that these people, these juveniles, cannot be treated as offenders, or you know, like they have to be like treated like ordinary people. You have to believe in the progress and the possibility of the progress, because if you don't, you can leave right away, which is very important. And obviously another thing to underline the importance of accepting the baby steps. And you have to know that they are not inherently evil. They just, you know, lack of social skills. They lack social skills. They don't have the important basic family background. Another very another prejudice in the community when we talk about like taking up a job. Stereotypes dissolve once they meet our pupils face to face. You know, when you hear something that you are going to work with a juvenile or, you know, an ex-prison, ex-inmate, you will think that, okay, how am I supposed to do that? And it's, you know, it's only when you hear about them, but when you come face to face to them, it is beyond question that it is a possibility to work with these people, because these girls are sweet, quote unquote. One of the employers in Tesco, I think, reflected on girls who come from juvenile correctional setting. What about the competencies of the professional? Boundaries, I have said that already. They have to have the skill to deal with problematic minors. They can either be psychologists, social workers, pedagogues, and self-reflection is a must. And change and adapt to certain challenges and certain you know, requirements when needed. Another thing is about family ties, which is, you know, several different and oppositional views have come up when we talk, not have obviously have come up, but always comes up when we talk about family ties. Either you say that you have to keep the family ties, even if, you know, you write them letters and they don't reply 5 times, you know, you make them to write the 6th time, because, you know, once they probably, you know, will answer the letter. But then because they have nothing, they cannot be let out in a vacuum. That's what our professional says. However, one of the other professionals reflected that sometimes it's better to be released in a vacuum rather than going back to a dysfunctional family. And one of the girls said, when we were talking to her about this issue, is that, you know, I come back because I went home to my family, but I realized that nothing's changed apart from me. So there's no, you know, no use going back to that family, which is quite a huge realization if you think about it. It was very important to realize that for girls it's very different. Girls are less important for their families. That's what we see. They receive less parcels, they receive less letters, they are not very important. Girls are being abandoned more easily. So this is another issue that should be addressed, I think. The final slide of my last but one slide of my presentation is conclusion and recommendations. To sum up just what I said, the importance of transversal competencies, like everything is connected, everything has to be put into context. The importance of systemic approach, the family, the professionals, the NGOs, the juveniles together, the church together. So we have to think and work towards a better goal together as one. Follow up if possible, like after release, which is very, very challenging, I think, because there's no human resource for that, no like material or I don't know, financial support for that. But then it's very, very important because treatment is more successful in the community than in closed context. And I also would like to refer back to the correctional quackery part, that evidence-based practices should be used when we talk about juvenile correctional context and setting, or even not only juvenile correctional, but correctional settings. And here are the references that I used throughout my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and giving the floor to my colleagues who are going to say a few words about NGOs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marta. Your colleague just in a moment. It was very informative and interesting to listen to you. Also, we had, a question about the slides. If you will share the slides with the people in this conference.
Of course.
So yeah, we will in a week's time. So I think the people that want to receive the slides, we would appreciate if you could write your emails in the chat. So we will just gather all the emails and then, we will share the slides that, we have. And now moving to the next speakers, we have 3 speakers. Biborka Horvath, well, she with a background in psychology and ongoing PhD studies, collaborates with international training and consulting companies, contributing significantly to the field. And then Ronette Radwansky, I'm sorry for my language, a psychologist with a keen interest in combining clinical psychology and law enforcement, has a rich background in the healthcare sector, particularly in oncology and hospice. And Dr. Julie Hegedus has a doctoral dissertation on juvenile delinquency, serves as the head of the Department of Behavior Sciences and Law Enforcement at the Ludovico University of Public Service. So together they will present insights into an NGO government collaboration in Hungary. So let's listen.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you see my screen?
Yes, just maybe in the slideshow mode, we will see
now?
big of you.
Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Viborka Horvat, and in our presentation with Ronette Randvansky and Dr. Judith Hegedűs, we will explore why civil organizations play an important role in the reintegration of prisoners. And then we will describe in detail a successful Hungarian program and good practice. Unfortunately, Judith cannot join due to her work committees. Sorry for that. Penitentiaries are total institutions with rules governing the entire way of life of the prisoners. These institutions exclude prisoners from the very social patterns that they need to acquire and internalize in order to integrate successfully. Therefore, programs to help prisoners reintegrate into society must be considered with great sensitivity, since the basic aim is to prepare them for release for the very first moment. Many actors are involved in this process. Not only prisons institutions, but also other social organizations. Social or civil organizations are generative terms that includes non-profit organizations like associations, foundations, and churches. These organizations contribute to the successful reintegration of people serving their sentences. The primary goal of their activities is to reduce prison suffering by organizing various programs and to break away from monotonous everyday life. Prison is a closed world where prisoners are surrounded by an artificial world and a hostile environment during their sentence. Because these institutions are governed by rules that are different from those who live outside this world, and because their thinking and problems are therefore specific and narrowly defined, their main task is to buy their time. Persistent exclusion from society has a number of negative effects on prisoners, including reducing their ability to lead independent lives, weakening their self-esteem, and negatively affecting their ability to communicate. The persons of civil organization can help to reduce these deficits. The main goal of NGOs visiting prisons is to reach out to prisoners in the penitentiary system, to train them, to provide mental health care, and to promote their reintegration. In many cases, in addition to organizing programs, NGOs also provide pastoral care and human attention to prisoners so that they have someone to talk about problems they cannot solve on their own. Prison and the many things that go with it are very difficult to cope with, and they are constantly challenged. And they have a sense of missions and the firm inner conviction that every person is an equal member of society with the right to help. The question can be why there is a need for NGOs within the walls of prisons if the prison service as a state organization has a staff, infrastructure and budget to carry out its statutory task. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, there is a shortage of staff and often a lack of qualified and experienced professionals. So the cooperating organizations are additional resources. And on the other hand, under ideal conditions, there are tasks that can be better performed by organizations free of bureaucratic constraints and professional routine. In many cases, social organizations can act more effectively, can contract administrative dysfunction, and can make use of their networking capital and experience. They also have the advantage of not being bound by limits of competencies and powers of the public sector. And their strengths are that they are more efficient and in the time management than bureaucratic state organizations, more flexible in their professionalism and able to provide professional alternatives to state policy. By 1989 and 1990, the time of the regime changed. In Hungary, and penitentiary system had become a professional organization. There was a revolt of church, charitable and social organizations which beating outside of the walls of the institutions have to achieve the goals of the penitentiary system, such as public education, spiritual and intellectual care, and the solution of the difficulties of post-release integration. The following years were marked by widening of interaction and openness between penitentiary institutions and their environment. In the mid-1990s, the legislator considered by desirable to have a system in which official and social organization complement each other activities in the interest of society and prisoners. Consequently, in laying down the detailed rules on the obligation to cooperate, inform, and assist, the law stipulates that the prison shall cooperate with prison missions and associations, religious communities, foundations, educational institutions, and persons carrying out such activities in order to monitor the conditions of detention and to promote social integration after release. In the 2000s, the need for prisons to develop programs to promote the development of the physical and mental capacity of the prisoners and their reintegration after release gradually increased, and several EU and national programs were successfully implemented in these years. Due to the pandemic COVID-19, in the 2 years of the pandemic, 2020 and 2021, NGOs were allowed to enter prisons for a total of 4 months over 2 years, and the organizations had to switch to an online presence. By presenting to the historical background of the activities of civil society organizations operating in prisons in Hungary, we have outlined the important changes that have taken place in relation to the most important milestones. In the next, we will talk about the issues that may arise in the relation to the introduction of external NGOs related programs and the main steps that need to be taken.
Hi, I would like to continue, as Biborka said, with the dilemmas of introducing external programs. There are a number of initiatives and good practices that really add to the collections of activities in residential education. Before turning to concrete analysis of practices, it is worth briefly reviving the main steps to be taken when introducing a new program. The first and perhaps one of the most important tasks is to assess needs. It is necessary to examine beforehand what programs are running in the institution, how they fit in with the program we are planning, and whether the institution has the capacity, physical and human infrastructure when using a new program, it is very important to decide whether to work with external or internal staff. In our experience, although it is easier for NGOs to employ external staff, it is more appropriate to train internal colleagues to run the program in order to ensure the sustainability of the program. The following is a summary of the advantages and disadvantages of using external versus an internal staff member. In case of internal staff, it requires fewer resources. The organization can be more flexible, more simple. They know the characteristics of functioning prisoners and students. You know how the organizational culture works, and the internal staff member will have the opportunity to renew themselves and will give a new impulses for professional development. In case of external collaborator, the institutions receive external professional assistance. Institute staff can draw inspiration from external experts, and it is not the institution that bears the cost of financing the program. When hiring external staff, it should be remembered that this is a very special place, and in order for a program run by an external organization to be effective, it is very important to understand its internal subculture, the rules and characteristics of the closed institutional world. As an outsider, it is necessary to accept that the security regulations in prisons must be observed to the maximum extent possible, and that the pedagogical aspects must be subordinated to these regulations. Another risk that an external colleague may encounter is that of being led by prisoners, becoming a victim of various games. Typical victim games are when, for example, the external professionals are manipulated by the prisoners to make them feel sorry. As an external program manager, it can be a challenge to be very flexible in such a specialized environment, as either changes in staff members or exceptional events can affect the functioning of programs. We believe that in order to bring any external NGO coordinated program into a closed institution, the information mentioned above are worth considering. And now I would like to move on to the good practices from NGOs in the world of closed institutions. One of the most active NGOs in the field of penitentiary education is the Váltóság Foundation. In the study, the main target groups were primary, secondary school students in disadvantaged areas, students in adult education and higher education, as well as prison inmates in prisons. Basically, we have tried to model the complexity of primary, secondary, and tertiary crime prevention in our project. But for the purpose of this study, we are only focusing on the prisoners part of the program. In our project, we have adopted a community crime prevention approach in which individual and social responsibility are synergistic. Community crime prevention is based on multidisciplinarity, on the philosophy of criminology, pedagogy, and andragogy. For example, it does not see crime prevention primarily as a law enforcement issue. It doesn't seek to respond to problems with the instruments of power and control, but uses the power, influence, and responsibility of the community to prevent and address problems. In the tertiary crime prevention, the focus is essentially on preventing reoffending. In community-based tertiary crime prevention, we aim to strengthen the social relationships of prisoners. This is also necessary because once in prison, prisoners often become isolated from the outside world, cease to function as decision makers, and lose their autonomy in prison. This is a natural and understandable way of problem solving. And the joint project of the Váltóság Foundation and the Kultúr Association has responded to this need by using methods that are less well known in prisons, like gamification and coaching. Classical play activities are often missing in the lives of prisoners, and it is often apparent that they did not learn to play as children and didn't experience the value of learning how to play. We also consider it very important to include gamification because it can be used to increase motivation, pleasure, and a sense of liberation. And at the same time, because gamification involves making decisions, it also indirectly develops decision-making, problem-solving, communication, and cooperating skills. The Váltóság Foundation has developed a liberation board game called Váltólás. The board game can be used as a release preparation methods for prisoners and as a sensory board game for professionals. The game is based on the first 30 days of release, when the game users tasks called missions to review all the circumstances and challenges that a detainee may face. Overall, the Váltóság Foundation's board game is a new and innovative approach to crime prevention. In recent years, the possibility of using coaching in closed institutions has been raised, including by the Váltóság Foundation. Sorry, can you hear me? I think I lost my internet connection.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. What a relief. So based on the fact that we work with prisoners living in closed world, often in a stressful environment with the little ability to solve problems and leading an independent life, the application of this method and approach can be a real challenge for both the person providing the coaching and the person receiving it. Coaching is fundamentally future-oriented, focusing on solutions rather than solving problems. In coaching, the coach is able to help the individual to help and change by changing their way of thinking and acting and to find their inner resources. Our experience with them so far tells us that coaching also needs to be used in a very conscious and thoughtful way. As Mercedes Mészáros points out, the use of a limited language code often hinders the coaching process, and the lack of connections and patterns in the lives of detainees also makes it difficult to use the classical tools of coaching. Speaking of prevention, we would like to mention a foundation that deals with the mental health and mental health problems of young people called Kék Vonal in Hungary. Numerous studies show that childhood is closely linked to becoming a criminal. This organization, which has been in existence since 1993, is to listen to children and help them if they are in trouble. Although there have been many changes the way Kék Vonal operates, the roots remain the same. All the staff and the volunteers work to ensure that children receive genuine care, acceptance, and help them when they are in need. Their anonymous and free services also give children and young people who can't rely on their families or teachers for a help of chance and to make a difference. They find that it's easier to take the first step in a faceless, anonymous way in a conversation that the teenagers can leave at any time. So as a summarization, I would like to tell you that in many ways, the prison service is a closed word. which is reflected in its management, operational, and control mechanisms, as well as in its organizational culture. For this reason, the presence of external or non-state actors within the prison walls is a useful area of research. The presence of NGOs within prisons is necessary because their activities can contribute to the process of reintegration of prisoners into society, as their programs introduce prisoners to the social patterns that are necessary for a successful reintegration. In this presentation, we have described the importance of these NGOs, explored the dilemmas involved in organizing outreach programs, and described in more detail a recent good practice that innovatively used coaching, board games, and other new tools to promote the reintegration of prisoners into society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. As I see, we are a bit quicker than our plan. So we will have a short break now, and we will give you, all of us, 30 minutes just to pause, go for coffee, lunch, and then we're gonna get back at 1:30. So see you at that time. So welcome back. We have now our second speaker. I'm not sure if Alexandru is back yet. Can you give us? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, so before starting, I will just introduce you. So Alexandru Ursulescu is joining us from Romania, and he is a legal advisor and constitutional law specialist. He's a graduate of West University of Timisoara. So Alexandru has engaged in diverse activities, including internships at Timisoara Court of Appeal. His dedication extends to the Center for Promoting Lifelong Learning in Timisoara, where he actively contributes to the educational and social field, particularly in correctional justice. So Alexandru will share his insights during our conference, and let's welcome him.
Perfect. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Agne, for the introduction. I will share my screen right now for the presentation. So everyone can see, right?
Yeah, we can see it. Just make it in a slideshow mode, if possible.
I put it. It doesn't appear as a slide presentation?
No, we see a work environment with your presentation, but not in a full mode. Yeah, that button.
Now?
Just a moment. No, it looks like it's not happening. Yeah, maybe look. Oh, maybe you can see it's the button after your name at the top right corner as I look. Present in Teams.
Ah.
Maybe try that one. Or slideshow. Another chance to try. in maybe on the top slideshow.
In my laptop appear as a presentation. I don't know why.
Yeah, and that was not. I'm thinking maybe we can continue. Maybe I mean we can see, but it's in a smaller size, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he tried everything, so I think let's just continue. I think you tried everything, so we can continue with the slides, and we will see as much as we see, but you will explain, you know, the main points. So it's okay. Just share them again, and let's see how it is.
Yeah, I try again.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's working now.
Yeah, so far we see it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So today I will talk about the facilitating successful reintegration in Romania. And I will start with the current situation of our reintegration system in Romania. So in modern society, a crucial aspect of the criminal justice system is to ensure the effective reintegration of inmates into their communities upon release. For this purpose, Romania has adopted a national strategy for the social reintegration of persons deprived of liberty for the period 2020-2024. This strategy represents an effort by the Romanian state to address the challenges associated with the social reintegration of prisoners, strengthening the legal and procedural mechanisms necessary for an effective reintegration. A central aspect of the strategy is the focus on the functional reintegration of prisoners into the family, community, and labor market. by strengthening and optimizing restorative intervention during detention. The aim is to stimulate access to education and vocational training, which are essential for adapting to labor market requirements and reducing the risk of recidivism. Another pillar of the strategy is the facilitation of post-detention assistance, where it is proposed to ensure continuity in the intervention for people who have served sentence or measure involving deprivation of liberty. The development of social support services at local level is essential to provide the necessary support for social reintegration and to prevent recidivism. The strategy also promotes a...
I'm sorry, Alexander, just one moment. If you are switching the slides, we are still at the first slide. So I'm not sure, just checking in.
Oh, no, yeah?
Yeah,
Oh,
we see first slide so far.
I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, now we saw the change. We are on the we're on the context now.
Perfect. So the strategy also promotes a systematic and integrated trans-institutional approach involving institutions and authorities from different areas of central and local government. This collaboration between institutions is essential to ensure a coherent and effective intervention in the social reintegration of prisoners. In order to achieve the strategic objectives, it is necessary to develop institutional and inter-institutional capacity in the field of social reintegration of prisoners. This involves training and professional development of staff in the field, development of the infrastructure of the institution involved, and analysis and modification of the regulatory framework to ensure continuity of services. Challenge of reintegration in Romania. In Romania, reintegration poses several challenges for individuals transitory back into society after periods of incarceration, hospitalization, or rehabilitation. While efforts have been made to support the reintegration initiative, various factors contribute to the complexity of the process. The key challenge of reintegration in Romania are social stigma. Individuals returning from prison or rehabilitation programs often face social stigma and discrimination, which can hinder their ability to reintegrate into their communities. Stigmatization may lead to difficulties in finding employment, securing housing, and rebuilding a relationship with family and friends. Another one is limited access to support services. Despite the existence of reintegration programs, there may be limited access to essential support services such as housing assistance, employment training, and counseling. Individuals may struggle to access these services due to bureaucratic barriers, lack of information, or inadequate funds for community-based programs. Another one is employment barriers, which securing stable employment is often one of the most significant challenges for individuals reintegrating in society. Many employers are reluctant to hire individuals with criminal records or those who have undergone rehabilitation, leading to high rates of unemployment and underemployment among this population. Housing instability. Individuals returning from incarceration or rehabilitation may face housing instability as they may lack stable housing option or face discrimination from landlords. Homelessness or inadequate housing can exacerbate other challenges, such as accessing healthcare, maintaining stability, and reintegrating into community. Lack of comprehensive reintegration programs. While there are reintegration programs available in Romania, they may lack comprehensive support and follow-up services. Successful reintegration often requires ongoing assistance with accessing education, healthcare, and social service to address the underlying factors contributing to an individual involvement in the criminal justice system or rehabilitation programs. Another one are legal and administrative barriers, such as a restriction on obtaining identification document or driver license, can impede individuals' ability to reintegrate into society. These barriers may prevent individuals from accessing employment, housing, and other essential services necessary for successful reintegration. Family and social support. Rebuilding relationship with family members and establishing social support networks are critical components of successful reintegration. However, strained family relationship, social isolation, and lack of support networks can hinder individuals' ability to navigate the challenges of reintegration effectively. A couple of strategies for successful reintegration can be comprehensive support services, develop and implement comprehensive reintegration programs that offer a range of support services tailored to the needs of individuals, including house assistance, employment training, counseling, substance abuse treatment, and access to healthcare. This program should provide ongoing support and follow-up to address the diverse needs of individuals transitory back into society. Another one is employment and skill training. Offer vocational training programs and employment opportunities to individuals reintegrating into society. Collaborate with employers to create job placement initiatives and support inclusive hiring practices for individuals with criminal records or rehabilitation backgrounds. Providing skill training and job readiness programs can enhance individuals' employability and economic stability. Another one is housing support. Addressing housing instability by providing transitional housing options, rental assistance programs, and support services to help individuals secure stable housing upon release or completion of rehabilitation programs. Work with housing authorities and community organizations to create affordable housing options and mitigate discrimination against individuals with criminal records or rehabilitation histories. Community engagement and social support. Foster community engagement and social support networks to facilitate successful integration. Encourage the involvement of family members, friends, mentors, and community organizations in providing emotional support, guidance, and resources to individuals transitioning back into the community. Promote restorative justice practices and community-based initiatives that encourage accountability, healing, and reconciliation. Legal assistance and advocacy. Provide legal assistance and advocacy services to help individuals overcome legal barriers and access their rights upon reintegration. Offer support with obtaining identification documents, navigating legal proceedings, and addressing discriminatory practices that hinder successful reintegration. Advocate for policy reforms and legal protection to promote the rights and dignity of individuals with criminal records or rehabilitation programs. Collaboration and coordination. Foster collaboration and coordination among government agencies, non-government organizations, community stakeholders, and individuals with lived experience to enhance reintegration efforts. Develop multidisciplinary teams and interagency partnership to streamline service delivery, share resources, and promote best practices in reintegration program. And the last one is collaboration and coordination. Foster collaboration and coordination among government agencies, non-government organizations, and community stakeholders. Now I will present an initiative promoted by the Ministry of Justice, in which one the Târgu Jiu Penitentiary and the Probation Service of the Gorj Court develop a program named Reducing the Risk of Recidivism After Imprisonment, with the aim to help people which will be released on parole from the Târgu Jiu Penitentiary. This program was a group of programs aimed at preparing prisoners for pro-social reintegration after release and reducing their risk of recidivism. It was a new program running on two equally important dimensions: preparation for release and aftercare. The program was composed of three main parts: the basic module, the optional individualized module, and aftercare part. The procedural nature of the program was evidenced by the fact that the stage that composed it followed logical one after the other: enrollment in the program, the basic module, the optional individualized module, and aftercare. The basic module consists of 6 group sessions with distinct objectives: assessment, development of individual plans, prevention of recidivism, and establishment of concrete plan for the implementation of the action plan and use of the action system for this purpose. The optional module focuses on problematic issues faced by prisoners after release, which research shows are frequently associated with recidivism: getting a job, financial problems, alcohol and/or drug abuse, housing, mental health problems, problems with identity documents and dealing with bureaucracy, and problems in family life. The aftercare part, prepared already in prison, was designed to start as soon as possible after release, supporting the ex-convict by mobilizing social capital and facilitating access to community resources to continue their efforts and commitment to reintegration is a prerequisite for achieving the program's goals. Reflecting on the project, several valuable lessons can be gleaned that can inform future endeavors and improve outcomes. Some of them are: holistic approach. Taking a holistic approach to addressing reintegration needs is essential. This involves considering various dimensions such as housing, employment, education, healthcare, mental health, and social support. Holistic interventions are more likely to yield sustainable outcomes and promote long-term success. Community engagement. Engaging with community stakeholders, including individuals with lived experience, family members, local organizations, and government agency, is vital for ensuring the relevance, acceptance, and sustainability of reintegration initiatives. Community input enhance program design, foster ownership, and promote collaboration. Capacity building. Investing in capacity building among staff, service providers, and community partners is critical for delivering high-quality reintegration services. Training, mentorship, and professional development opportunities enhance the skills, knowledge, and competencies of those involved in implementing and supporting reintegration initiatives. Evaluation and monitoring. Establishing a robust system for evaluation and monitoring is essential for assessing the effectiveness, efficiency, and impact of reintegration programs. Regularly collecting data, measuring outcomes, and soliciting feedback from participants and stakeholders facilitate evidence-based decision-making and continuous improvement. Advocacy and policy reform. Advocating for policy reform and legal protection to support the rights and dignity of individuals undergoing reintegration is essential. Addressing systemic barriers, promoting inclusive policy, and advocating for social justice contribute to creating an enabling environment for successful reintegration. In conclusion, Romania's journey towards facilitating successful reintegration requires concerted efforts across multiple fronts. By addressing the root causes of marginalization, promoting social inclusion, and providing comprehensive support services, Romania can empower individuals to reintegrate successfully into society. Collaboration between government agencies, NGOs, and community stakeholders is pivotal in driving sustainable change and fostering a more equitable and inclusive society for all. Through these collective endeavors, Romania can realize its vision of a more just, cohesive, and prosperous society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander, for practical information and lessons you have learned. It's interesting to see how other countries, are doing with the topic. So I will move to other presenter, Delia Borza, a psychologist with a rich background in clinical psychology and psychopathology. Delia's career has spanned several years, during which she served as a probation counselor and later contributed her expertise to the prison system. In her current role as a researcher at the Center for the Promotion of Lifelong Learning, Delia is actively involved in projects aimed to promoting personal development and lifelong learning. So Delia will be sharing her knowledge with us, and welcome. We can see the slides. Everything looks good.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, and you also see my slides. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for presentation. Hello, everybody. My presentation today is about methodologies employed in this project, and discussion of best practices. Under this project, based on the information collected, a methodology was elaborated to provide high insight and advice for those involved in working with convicted youth. Its purpose is to contribute to the strengthening of youth policy by promoting the social inclusion of the target group with the help of qualified youth workers who support young people in developing their social skills, sense of citizenship, and democratic values. This methodology is composed of several essential parts: socially advanced countries in resocialization, resocialization in partner countries, research data, and recommended non-formal learning exercise. In order to better see and understand what specially is required to better help younger people predisposed to commit a crime, two socially advanced countries were chosen, and the resocialization system in these countries were analyzed. These two countries were Germany and Norway, which, allowed not having a perfect system, have developed a correctional system whereby this resocialization process is much more successful compared to other European countries. We will focus on one country, and that is Germany. In Germany, the primary aim of serving a custodial sentence is to enable the convicted individual to reintegrate into society responsibly upon release from correctional facilities, thereby preventing further offenses. Considering the diverse capacities and skills of inmates, they are provided with a choice of 3 options during their incarceration: employment, educational courses leading to qualification or vocational training, coupled with academic training. The German criminal justice system, particularly concerning young offenders, adopts adopt an exceptionally constructive approach, emphasizing diversion, minimal intervention, mediation, restorative practices, and community-based educational sanction. Measures such as community service and direct restitution payment are employed to compensate victims, with liberty restriction reserved as a last resort. Additionally, certain non-governmental organizations offer support focusing on initiative aimed to assist convicts in various capacities. An example of such non-governmental organization is Hoppenbank e.V., which focuses on supporting the social integration on or former convicts and assisting them in reintegration into society after completing their sentence. In
Dalia,
Germany, yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to make sure if we are on the slide that we need it to be. It's still introduction slide for us. Yeah?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, maybe the same issue that the slides are not changing, you know.
Sorry, what slide do you see now?
It's still introduction.
Okay. Okay.
Still introduction, but maybe you can stop sharing and try again to share.
Mm-hmm.
So far, we don't see anything, just you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now.
Yes, now we can see. Mm-hmm.
But not full screen.
Not
and
full
now?
screen. Yeah, but it's maybe. Yeah, now
and
we
now?
can see. Yeah. Yeah.
You see Hoppenbank?
Yes.
The case of Germany, Hoppenbank?
Yes.
And now it's the next? I change?
No.
No. Okay.
The case of Germany? Oh, you just changed? Yeah, now I can see the case of Germany.
You see the case of Germany, Hoppenbank e.V.?
No,
yes?
It's the second one, I think. German Ministry of Justice. Yeah, now Hoppenbank.
Uh-huh.
Now
Hoppenbank.
Now Hoppenbank we see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I go forward. An example of such non-governmental organization is Hoppenbank e.V., which focuses on supporting the social integration of former convicts and assisting them in reintegration into society after completing their sentence. In Germany, rehabilitation is constitutionally guaranteed, and Hoppenbank e.V. offers a variety of programs to facilitate rehabilitation, covering educational, vocational, life skills, psychological, therapeutic, and recreational aspects. Work plays a pivotal role in the rehabilitation process, providing inmates with daily activities and preparing them from electrical installation, tailoring, metalworking, and cleaning for large business. Another approach to preparing convicts for society reentry through social learning theory programs, which aims to enhance self-efficacy and self-motivation. Now, you see German Ministry of Justice?
No, I still hope. Yeah, now we see. Now we see.
Okay. According to the German Ministry of Justice, education is the most crucial element in convict reintegration. Recognizing that a significant proportion of convicts lacks formal education, with 48% having not completed high school, the reintegration process emphasizes educational strategies, psychiatric support, and social assistance to facilitate successful societal reintegration. The substantial percentage of young adolescents lacking professional qualification, standing at 94%, underscore the gravity of this issue. Correctional facilities offer opportunities for inmates to achieve education and training, leading to both academic and vocational certification, thereby strengthening their self-confidence, interpersonal skills, and employability upon reintegration into society. Within prison, staff teachers provide fundamental education while coordinating with external entities such as social, religious, or public organizations for supplementary education in areas like social and vocational training, substance abuse rehabilitation, and adult education. Some official statistic on inmate retention and recidivism rates testify to the effectiveness of this approach to convict reintegration. Germany has witnessed a consistent decline in its prison population in recent years, with a stable recidivism at a rate around 40% over the past 2 decades. Despite this, Germany's recidivism rate remains comparatively lower than that of other countries like France, 50, Netherlands, 48, Ireland, 50, or the UK, 66%. By reducing reliance on incarceration, utilizing the socioeconomic potential of offenders, and prioritizing public safety, the promotion of community-based sanction aims to mitigate the societal cost associated with punitive measure and criminal justice intervention. Now, a little bit about resocialization in partner countries. Another aspect of the methodology was to understand the current situation in Hungary, Lithuania, Turkey, and Romania regarding the resocialization of convicted young people, thus allowing us to make a comparative analysis that highlight both common challenges and distinct approaches that can be addressed. It is important to recognize that the effectiveness of criminal justice system and resocialization process can vary significantly depending on a multitude of factors, including cultural norms, historical legacy, economic resources, and political priorities. Therefore, while the example provided above can provide valuable insight into successful strategy, they cannot be universally applied without considering the unique circumstances of each country. In essence, this section has served as a comprehensive examination of the complexity inherent in criminal justice system and the resocialization process, providing a nuanced perspective on the challenges and opportunities facing the countries in their effort to promote justice, rehabilitation, and social inclusion. A little bit about research data from this methodology. In this part of methodology, specialists from partner countries carried out research on the attitudes of youth workers toward convicted persons. The research aimed to find out what are the most common misconceptions about sentenced person among youth workers and how it can affect the integration of young convicts. Specialists look to measure the prevalence of different misconceptions among young youth workers in each participating country, to measure levels of misconception among different groups of youth workers, and to discover the impact of misconception about convicted young people in their integration process. The study consisted of quantitative and qualitative data. Quantitative data was collected through an online written questionnaire, while qualitative data was collected through focus group. This written questionnaire was completed by a total of 277 individuals from Lithuania, Hungary, Turkey, and Romania. These respondents represent a diverse array of professions, including those working in schools, universities, foster homes, children's or youth centers, NGOs focused on youth, and correctional facilities. The participants in the quantitative aspect of the study include individuals with both experience and no experience in working with convicted individuals. It's important to note that specialists lacking direct experience with convicted individuals were also included in the research, as their attitude and opinion towards this population, along with the potential for interaction in their daily work, offer valuable insight. The survey findings reveal that among those who work with convicted individuals, a majority perceive their work as challenging, yet simultaneously we view it as important and valuable to society. There is no consensus among respondents who do not work with convicts regarding their willingness to offer assistance in this demographic. Approximately 60% of respondents believe in the potential for convicted individuals to change, while 1/3 express apprehension about encountering them. Additionally, the vast majority of respondents acknowledge the prevalence of prejudice against convicted individuals as a pervasive societal issue. Interestingly, the survey indicates that while there is a minimal stigma among youth workers themselves, they are acutely aware of the stigma present in broader society and recognize its detrimental impact on the social reintegration of convicted individuals. This insight underscores the importance of addressing societal attitudes and perception as a crucial component of facilitating successful rehabilitation and reintegration effort for this population. Okay, and last part of this methodology is it's composed from 12 learning exercises designed for individuals working with young offenders. This exercise primarily focus on assisting prisoners in acquiring fundamental social skills, enhancing self-confidence, and fostering self-awareness. They are meticulously crafted based on research insight, data from socially progressive nations, and input from social workers in partner countries. These exercises serve as practical tools aimed at empowering individuals to facilitate the personal development and social integration of convicted youth, drawing from a rich tapestry of evidence-based practices and cross-cultural perspective. Each exercise contains explanation of the aim, tools, process of the method, and tips for the specialist. And here I hope you can see an example of an exercise. It's about effective listening. It's an example all these exercises look like this. Okay, in conclusion, the comprehensive examination of penal system, resocialization process, and attitudes towards convicted individuals across various countries offer valuable insight into the complexities of rehabilitation and societal reintegration. From the example provided, it becomes evident the successful approach prioritizes education, vocational training, and social support, while acknowledging the importance of addressing societal stigma and prejudice. In conclusion, while each country may adopt unique approaches to addressing the complexities of the criminal justice system, there are common themes of empowerment, education, and community support that underpin effective rehabilitation effort. By prioritizing these principles and fostering collaboration across borders, we can work towards creating a more just and inclusive society for all individuals, including those who have encountered the legal system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dalia, for letting us go a bit deeper into methodologies and research, that you were doing in this project. So now we're going to Turkey. And let me introduce Melike Seyma Tuna. She's a valued member of the esteemed Karaman International Group. Her focus lies within the field of Erasmus+. She assumes various roles, including that of a youth worker, trainer, and dedicated volunteer also. She is an innovator and launching her startup. So one of our speakers that will bring us different experiences.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay, greetings everyone. I am happy to be here right now. And my topic is innovative methods for convict reintegration from project experiences. And again, thank you to introduce me. And as a final year architecture student at Abdullah Gül University and team member of Karaman International Group, I have had the privilege of engaging in various activities related to convict reintegration, and particularly through my role as the president of the Design Club student organization. And today I am delighted to share one of our meaningful initiatives that took place in collaboration with Kayseri Women's Closed Prison situated in our city. And our project aimed to improve the living conditions of children who accompany their mothers in prison, and a reality that often goes unnoticed. So here you can see the before image of that area and after. And it is written that everywhere touched by love becomes beautiful. And our vision is to create a world where every individual, regardless of their circumstances, has access to environments filled with love, compassion, and hope, and fostering their emotional well-being and enabling them to thrive. So I would like to show you our video about the process after that. And we embarked on the endeavor to transform the prison yard into a more vibrant and welcoming space. And this is our video during the process. Yes, and this is me. As you can see from the photos and videos I will present, the previous state of the area was rather bleak and uninspiring. However, through the collective effort and dedication, we managed to revitalize the space, turning it into a colorful and enjoyable park area. And the transformation not only enhanced the physical environment, but also contributed to the emotional well-being of both the children and their mothers. And our project serves as a testament to the power of community engagement and the positive impact it can have on convict reintegration. By providing these children with a more pleasant environment, we aim to elevate some of the challenges they faced and foster a sense of hope and normalcy in their lives. And rehabilitation of convicts for social integration, reducing recidivism rates through effective programs, providing opportunities for ex-convicts to reintegrate into society. And for the innovative methods, these project held by architecture students. So we can say that collaborative efforts with the employers for job placement is done by innovative and creative methods, and community engagement and supportive initiatives, occasional training and educational programs. About the project experiences, by providing this opportunity to children with a more pleasant and colorful environment, we aim to create some hope and some this kind of places for their lives, let's say. And for the project experiences, we can say that transformative impact of art in prisons, partnerships between universities and judicial institutions, and recognition of convict talents and contributions. For the social impact, creating a more human environment in prisons, empowering convicts through skill development, and promoting empathy and understanding in society. It was the before part of that area we were starting at the beginning of the process, I mean. And this is another video. So, in conclusion, we can say that initiatives like these underscore the importance of empathy, compassion, and collective action in addressing social issues. As future architects and leaders, it is our responsibility to continue advocating for marginalized communities and working towards creating inclusive spaces where everyone can thrive. So scaling up successful initiatives for broader impact, advocating for policy changes to support reintegration efforts, and continuing community involvement in convict rehabilitation. There's a process video while we are doing this activity. It was a primer code completed process. For the collaboration and recognition, acknowledging the efforts of all stakeholders, fostering partnerships between academia, government, and NGOs, of course, celebrating the resilience and potential of ex-convicts. And we also had a dog from that area. He was living there. And that's all for that wall painting activity. And after that, in our university, we had another event, which is called Works of Convicts and Detains were exhibited at AGÜ. In this activity, the artworks of convicts and detains in Kayseri, in our city, themed Art Liberates, were showcased at Abdullah Gül University, which is our university, in a well-received exhibition, as you can see from the image. And the exhibition held at the Rectorate Exhibition Hall in our university and was organized under a collaboration protocol between AGÜ and Kayseri Public Prosecutor's Office, and it was part of the World Art Day, declared by UNESCO within the International Days. So we will have a video about this exhibition. This exhibition belongs to this event, and I will also read you the news. Since the video voice was Turkish, so I just closed the voice and then I will translate for you. As you can see, all these artworks are done by the detains and convicts, and it is written that 15 April World Art Day. This exhibition is held for this day. And according to exhibition, their aim was exhibit the artworks of detained and convicts and sell their artworks. And the money that they gained for this exhibition was going to the artworks holders, like the detained and convicts. This was a kind of support activity for their lives. And this is the rector of the university. And they opened the exhibition and they visited all the artworks. Speaking at the opening of the exhibition, Republic Prosecutor Habib Korkmaz congratulated all the convicts and detained involved and emphasizing the craftsmanship and effort put into each artwork. Korkmaz expressed his wish. Korkmaz is here. Korkmaz expressed his wish for all the artworks to be sold. And in his speech at the opening, rector, which is him, Cengiz Yılmaz, expressed his satisfaction at collaboration with Kayseri Public Prosecutor's Office, thanking everyone involved. And so, following the speeches, they were saying that the proceeds from the exhibition will be transferred to the convicts, and the exhibition will be open for visitation for a few weeks, also for public as well, not just for university or students or the government. It's also open for public. And this is the news about that event. The artworks of convicts and detainees in Kayseri themed Art Liberates were showcased at AGÜ in a well-received exhibition, which is in our university. The exhibition held at the Rectorate Exhibition Hall on Summer Campus was organized under a collaboration protocol between university and government as part of the World Art Day, declared by UNESCO within the International Days. Speaking at the opening of the exhibition, some government people congratulate all the convicts and detainees involved, emphasizing the craftsmanship and efforts put into each artwork. And he wishes all the artworks to be sold. And the others are, like I said. These are the achievements from this exhibition. There were some artworks of convicts and detainees in Kayseri, as I said, which is our city. And Art Liberates. This was their mottos. And it was showcased in our university, and the exhibition was part of World Art Day, as I said, and it was declared by UNESCO within the International Days. And for the collaboration part, emphasizing the craftsmanship and effort put into each artwork was our collaboration achievement. This is the reintegration part. Craftsmanship, hope, dignity, inclusivity, empathy, community engagement, rehabilitation, reintegration, positive well-being, and positive impact, which we gained after these events. And this is our third activity for our topic. It was a renovation plan headings for the kindergarten within Kayseri Women's Closed Prison, which is the same place with the first activity which I showed you. There was a renovation need list for the kindergarten within Kayseri Women's Closed Prison, and there was a report, and this report details a renovation plan designed to transform the kindergarten operating within Kayseri Women's Closed Prison into a safe and pedagogically rich learning environment suitable for children's developmental needs. And by renewing the physical infrastructure of the space and integrating various educational elements, the aim is to support children's healthy growth and foster their cognitive, emotional, and social development. And this plan focuses on factors that support children's physical, psychomotor, social, emotional, and cognitive development, including adherence to safety standards, ergonomic arrangements, organization of educational materials, and creation of an effective and healthy learning environment for children. So first one was facilitating of entry and exit. This was including some installation of safety compliant and child accessible sites, wooden shoe racks with covers at the entrance to facilitate easier entry. And the other one was installation of seating benches at the entrance, designed according to safety standards and children's development characteristics, of course, to allow children to sit while putting on or taking off their shoes. The other one was placement of shoe lockers for their use. And other topic was flooring and wall coverings, about their selection and its durability and easily cleanable flooring and wall coverings made from materials that protect children from allergies, asthma, and similar conditions, and providing suitable carpeted areas for classroom settings. And third one was furniture and equipment. Addition of closed cabinets in classrooms for storing educational materials and toys, aiming to prevent visual clutter and overstimulation in children. So inclusion of personal lockable cabinets in classrooms for storing children's belongings, such as water bottles, family involvement materials, personal items, and so on. And installation of activity boards, which is so important in classrooms for announcements, children's work and educational materials, fostering classroom communication and encouraging children to express themselves. So third one was play areas. This was so important for us. Provision of necessary carpeting, storage cabinets, costumes, decorative materials, some sleep room into a drama area, supporting children imagination, emotional regulation, and self-expression. That was our aim. And procurement of outdoor toys suitable for the age and development levels of children for use in the playground area. One was toilets and hygiene areas, creation of some toilets areas specifically designed for children's sizes to meet their needs. And sixth one was the last one is educational spaces. The last one, but not least one, because establishment of appropriate classroom layouts and arrangements to allow teacher to observe children and create interactive group areas was so crucial. And creation of designed educational corners like science corner, book corner, art corner, nature corner for different educational activities. These suggestions can serve as a starting point for creating a safe, fun, and educational environment in the kindergarten. However, it is important to consider preschool safety standards and the specific requirements of children's age and developmental levels to customize a plan. Designs should be done by experts, interior designers, focusing not only on visual appeal, but also on ease of cleaning, durability, sustainability, child accessibility, and avoiding overly stimulating colors and designs. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Melika. It was interesting to see and very visual presentation.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on and we have Alif. from Turkey, and well, it's a dedicated student at Middle East Technical University and a project manager at Karaman International Group in Turkey. Elif's commitment to social development and justice makes her a valuable contributor to our conference today. So let's hear from her.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for introducing me. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen for a minute, please. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, just not in a full mode.
Now?
No.
Oh, sorry. Let me fix it, please.
No worries. Take your time.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay,
just maybe try to go to the second one just to see if it switches between the slides.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
it
great.
works.
So let's start. Hello everyone again. I am Elif Gündoğdu. Thanks for having me today. I am honored to discuss a pivotal topic that encapsulates the essence of social justice and community rehabilitation, which is the reintegration of young inmates in Turkey. In the next 20 minutes, I invite you to explore with me the comprehensive strategies employed in Turkey to facilitate the successful integration of these vulnerable individuals back into society. First, we will have an introduction part, which is divided into 3 categories. The first one is importance of the reintegration of young inmates. The second one is overview of the strategies employed in Turkey. And the third one is the purpose of the presentation. Let us start with importance of the reintegration of young inmates. But first, we should actually understand what integration process means. Reintegration is often understood as the support given to offenders during their re-entry into the society following imprisonment. A broader definition, however, encompasses several interventions undertaken following an arrest to divert offenders away from the criminal justice system to an alternative measure, including a restorative justice process or suitable treatment. It includes imposing community-based sanctions rather than imprisonment to ease the social reintegration of offenders within the community, and rather than subjecting them to the marginalized and harmful effects of imprisonment. For those who are sentenced to imprisonment, it includes correctional programs in imprisonment and aftercare interventions. In recent years, the post-release community-based part of these interventions has been variously referred to as aftercare, transitional care, or reentry support, reintegration, or resettlement. Some post-release interventions may begin while the offender is still imprisoned with the intent of helping post-release adjustment. In recent years, more emphasis has been placed on designing comprehensive interventions based on a continuity of care to prevent consistent aid to offenders within the beyond prison. There is a recognition that preparation for reintegration should begin before the offender's release. After their release, interventions should support their immediate translation from the prison to the community and reinforce the gains achieved through in-prison treatment and continue until a successful reintegration is completed. These approaches often referred to as true care, a system-wide mode of intervention. All interventions, regardless of their method, are best delivered as part of an integrated program designed to address an individual offender's specific issues and challenges. And renewed attention has been given to strength-based approaches to make use of personal and community assets in order to help released offenders face their challenges and successfully reintegrate into the community. Turkey, we try to implement as many strategies as we can on the reintegration of young inmates. To summarize all of them, I divided in 6 groups: education and vocational training, work programs, psychological support and counseling, family and community support, post-release support services, and finally, legal aid and rehabilitation. We will talk about these approaches later in a more detailed way. But why do we talk about these approaches? What is the importance of them? It's important to recognize that successful reintegration requires a multifaceted approach that addresses the complex needs of young inmates and provides support at various stages of their journey from incarceration to community reintegration. Additionally, the effectiveness of these strategies may vary based on factors such as the individual's background, the nature of their offense, and the availability of resources within the Turkish criminal justice system. Let's commence our journey by acknowledging the profound significance of this issue. Young offenders, often victims of circumstances beyond their control, stand at the verge of a dangerous cycle of crime and imprisonment. Without proper intervention and support, they risk becoming trapped in a never-ending cycle of psychological exclusion and misery. However, through strategic and compassionate subjects and approaches, we can offer them a pathway to redemption and reintegration. Education and vocational training are fundamental components of reintegration strategies for young inmates in Turkey, aimed at equipping them with the skills and knowledge necessary to reintegrate into society and secure employment upon release. Here's a detailed explanation of these components. As you can see, I've divided this approach into 3 subcategories: education programs, vocational training programs, and life skills training. In education programs, many young inmates may have gaps in their education, including deficiencies in reading, writing, and mathematics. Education programs within prisons aim to address these gaps by providing basic literacy and numeracy instruction. This foundational education is essential for young inmates to access further learning opportunities and participate fully in society upon release. Moreover, some prisons actually offer secondary education programs, allowing young inmates to complete their high school education while in prison. This can include courses leading to attainment of a high school diploma or equivalent qualification. Completing secondary education not only improves inmates' academic skills, but also enhances their prospects for further education or employment post-release. In vocational training programs, skill development is really important. Vocational training programs focus on equipping young inmates with practical skills that are in demand in the job market. These skills may include plumbing, electrical work, automotive repair, computer programming, culinary arts, and more. Training is often first-hand, allowing participants to gain real-world experience and proficiency in their chosen field. In some cases, vocational training programs may lead to the attainment of industry-recognized certifications or qualifications. These certifications can significantly enhance inmates' employability upon release as they prove proficiency and competence in specific trades or professions. On the other hand, reintegration programs may often include job placement aid services to help young inmates transition from vocational training to gainful employment upon release. This may involve partnerships with local businesses, job fairs within prisons, resume writing workshops, or interview preparation sessions. And in life skills training, education and vocational training programs may incorporate components focused on financial literacy, teaching young inmates essential money management skills such as budgeting, saving, and understanding financial institutions. But also developing effective communication and interpersonal skills is crucial for success in both personal and professional life. Programs may offer training in conflict resolution, assertiveness, active listening, and teamwork to help young inmates build healthy relationships and navigate social interactions effectively. And education programs often emphasize the development of critical thinking and critical thinking skills. Inmates are encouraged to analyze information critically, evaluate options, and make informed decisions, which is a skill set that is valuable both in workplace and in everyday life. By providing education and vocational training opportunities, reintegration programs aim to empower young inmates with the knowledge, skills, and confidence needed to lead productive and fulfilling lives upon their return to society. These programs play a crucial role in breaking the cycle of crime and promoting successful reintegration into the community. And our next strategy is work programs. Programs for young inmates in Turkey provide personal growth, skill learning, and reintegration into society. These programs include producing goods, public work projects, and service responsibilities, and skill development is an important advantage since it provides inmates with practical abilities that will help them find work after they are released. Work programs can give inmates a small salary, which promotes financial independence and responsibility. Therapy advantages are also available, which promotes mental and emotional well-being. These programs also help inmates navigate life's hurdles outside the jail, minimizing crime and encouraging positive outcomes. However, to conduct effective employment programs, all eligible convicts must be secure, subject to fair labor standards, and have equal access. Overall, such efforts help to create safer communities and lower crime rates. Psychosocial assistance and counseling are critical components of reintegration plans for young inmates in Turkey. These programs satisfy the emotional, mental, and social needs of imprisoned people, assisting them in overcoming obstacles, developing coping strategies, and forming meaningful connections. We can divide these in 6 categories. First one is individual counseling. This provides confidential sessions to address personal issues and set goals and develop coping strategies. Group therapy offers peer support, skill building exercises, and community building through group sessions. And the third one, family counseling, facilitates discussions to repair relationships, improve parenting skills, and plan for reintegration. The fourth one, peer support programs, pairs inmates with mentors for guidance and social skills development. The fifth one, crisis intervention program, offers immediate emotional support and teaching inmates coping techniques. And the last one, aftercare services, assists with transition planning and providing ongoing support after release. Family and community support are crucial for the successful reintegration of young inmates. These support networks improve outcomes and minimize crime by strengthening the familial relationships, utilizing community resources, and encouraging social inclusion. I divided these into 7 groups, and family reunification programs facilitate family visits, offer counseling, and support strained relationships. In social and emotional support, families provide encouragement, stability, and love, helping inmates navigate challenges. In practical assistance, families are helped with housing, employment, and financial needs, easing the transition. And in reintegration planning, collaboratively plans with families, sets goals, identifies support, and addresses barriers. Friends, neighbors, and organizations offer additional resources and opportunities through community support networks. Peer support programs are former inmates that provide understanding, solidarity, and encouragement. And lastly, education and awareness programs are community programs which reduce stigma and promote understanding, fostering social inclusion and support. These support systems provide a holistic framework for successful reintegration into society, reducing crime rates and promoting positive outcomes. Post-release support services. These services aim to provide assistance and resources to help individuals transition back into their communities, address their basic needs, and navigate the challenges they may face upon the release of them. Post-release support services are crucial for young inmates' successful reintegration. They address housing, employment, education, healthcare, financial, legal, and social needs. Transitional housing programs help in finding suitable accommodation, while employment support provides financial stability and self-worth. Education and training programs help young inmates access opportunities and enhance their employability. Healthcare access is essential for their well-being and reintegration. Financial assistance and benefits help alleviate financial challenges, while legal aid services help navigate the complex legal landscape. And community support and peer mentoring also play a vital role in reintegration. Overall, these services empower individuals to build brighter futures and become productive members of the society. Our last and final approach is legal aid and rehabilitation systems. Legal aid and rehabilitation services play crucial roles in the reintegration process for young inmates. Legal aid services aim to provide assistance to individuals who may not be able to afford legal representation or access legal resources independently. They play with legal issues, appeals, parole or probation support, and re-entry legal services, ensuring fair treatment and access to justice throughout the reintegration process. For instance, in cases where young inmates believe they were wrongfully convicted or received an unfair sentence, legal aid services may help them file appeals or petitions for post-conviction relief. This process involves reviewing the legal grounds for appeal, gathering evidence, and representing the inmate in legal proceedings. And rehabilitation services focus on addressing the underlying issues that may have contributed to a young inmate's involvement in the criminal justice system and promoting positive behavioral change. These services often encompass a range of interventions aimed at addressing substance abuse treatment or mental health issues, education deficits, and other criminogenic needs. Key components of rehabilitation services for young inmates include substance abuse treatment to overcome addiction and maintain sobriety, life skills training to equip young inmates with practical skills into society. And these rehabilitation services offer mental health counseling, educational support too. And let's start with our conclusion part. Educational and vocational training. As we said, many reintegration programs focus on providing education and vocational training opportunities for young inmates. This could include basic literacy and numeracy education, as well as vocational skills, training in areas such as carpentry, welding, or computer skills. These skills aim to enhance their employability upon the release. Secondly, some prisons in Turkey may have work programs where inmates can gain work experience and earn a small income. These programs can help young inmates develop a work ethic and gain valuable skills that can be useful upon release. Thirdly, programs often include psychological and psychosocial support and counseling services to address the emotional and psychological needs of young inmates. This could involve individual or group therapy sessions, anger management classes, or substance abuse counseling. On the other hand, keeping connections with family and community support networks is crucial for successful reintegration. Programs may help family visits, provide family counseling services, or offer support inmates to reconnect with their communities upon release. Reintegration efforts extend beyond the prison walls, with programs offering support services to help young inmates transition back into society. This is provided by post-release support services. This could include help with finding housing, securing employment, accessing healthcare, and navigating legal and bureaucratic processes. Moreover, some reintegration programs may pair young inmates with mentors who can provide guidance, support, and encouragement as they reintegrate into society. Mentors can offer practical advice, serve as positive role models, and help young offenders stay on track with their goals. Lastly, reintegration programs may also offer legal aid services to help young inmates address any legal issues they may face upon release. Additionally, rehabilitation services such as drug or alcohol treatment programs may be available to support young offenders in overcoming challenges and leading productive lives after jail. And I think that's all. And these are my resources. Thanks for listening. If we have time, I can show a video, but if we do not have time, it's okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear if what.
If we have time enough, I have a video which lasts about 6 minutes, but if we do not, it's okay.
Maybe we'll see. Yeah, you can play it.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have time.
This video is from 2011, which is a video of a press meeting conducted by Attorney General Doğan Kaya after a meeting in Germany on strategies for reintegration of young inmates. And he explains what they observed in Germany and how they can apply these in Turkey. I think it's pretty interesting, but let's watch it together.
Just one thing, the sound is not included, but we can see subtitles. But the video is, I don't know, for me at least, in a slow motion. I'm not sure how for others.
Okay. Sorry. Maybe I need to...
How?
Once you press share.
Not about the sound. Yeah, about the sound, I think it should be at the top that using the sound with the sound, if possible. Okay, I think Elif has disconnected, or I don't know, she freezed for me, so I can't see now. But I think what we're gonna do, we can take 10 minutes break, and then we're gonna come back and we will hear short stories, success stories, and we will have question answer session as like a final point in our conference. So right now, 10 minutes on a break, and sorry, Liv, technical issues, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back to the second part of the conference. The last part. We will hear a few success stories from each of the participant countries in this project: Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Turkey. And then we will have question and answer session, and that will be the day for us. So first, let's hear from Lithuania, and I give a word to my colleague Inga.
Hello, everyone. I'm a social worker from the National Institute of Social Integration. My name is Inga. I have been working with people serving prison sentence since 2022. Our organization has a project called HATA that accommodate people who have served that sentence. Young people who have served their sentence are also accommodated in our safe accommodation. We provide them with services, helping them to arrange the necessary documents, payments, opening a bank account, helping with medical issues. I would like to share one of the good stories of reintegrating people who have served a prison sentence. While working in a prison, I conduct group session and individual counseling. I meet people who were open to share their experiences, memories of childhood, stories of criminal activity. During counseling, I meet a woman who has artistic abilities and excellent communication skills. She shared her childhood experiences, which led her to start a crime spree and an early age be stealing money and belongings from people riding the bus. After the installation of video surveillance cameras in the buses, the woman realized that she would not be able to steal, so she started selling drugs and did not avoid using them herself. She got caught and was deported from England. She served 5 and 7 years of imprisonment in Lithuania. During one of the individual interviews, she said that she could not distribute drugs and would not been punished. I told her that then you would have committed another criminal act. From that moment on, the woman began to think, and during the next meeting, it was absurd that the woman was trying to change her mind, thinking about changes in her life. After spending many years in a prison, she realizes that she can make a living from Hemmings outright before that she hoped that the people can make a living from legally employed work. She longs to live, enjoys freedom, people, and work. The woman left the semi-open prison and was accommodated in one of the Hata apartments. She does her duties well at work, pays her taxes on time, cooperated with social work and always remembers what humanity and support made her chance, her thinking and behavior. She follows on of our agreements. When automatic criminal trials arise, she calls me. Change. It is important to accept a person as he is, with his strengths and weakness. Think that is all for me today.
Thank you, Inga. So moving on, we will travel to Hungary and listen to their success story. So please, whoever from Hungary.
Thank you. It's Marta again. As from the university's point of view, because as you know, I'm working at the university. It's very hard to pinpoint success success stories because I'm not working in practice. However, throughout the course of the project, and also obviously through my own research and other projects, I come across the practice. And also we actually we're working with professionals in this respect, and this is due to the fact that in Hungary in the last couple of years it's really hard to work in prisons as NGO or as researchers. In the last almost 10 years, I can say that. So the framework's changed. So there are many like objects like to that prohibit NGOs or that don't let NGOs and civilians go in the prison to do research. So that's obviously that's marked by some like fear or something, or fear of criticism and so on and so on and so forth. But I don't want to reflect upon that. However, throughout the project, we were talking with professionals, and what I can say is that, which I actually highlighted in my presentations before, is that the success can be measured in small steps, baby steps. So you always have to reframe what you mean by success, because like if somebody, I don't know, realizes this or that, which I have shared a case study just before that a certain girl realized that she improved a lot, whereas her family didn't improve at all. So she needs to step on her two legs and be independent and try to make something out of it. So I think this might be some small result from a certain perspective, or from the perspective of child protection and juvenile correction institutions. It's a huge thing that these girls or these boys start to think for themselves. So I think as professionals, people have to like reframe what they mean by success. And also what I see as a researcher is that it's very hard to keep the boundaries. Like if you're a humane person and you go and try to help these people with their lives, you have to realize that that's your boundary, and that's the point up to you can help them with their lives. However, I think from the point of view of professionals, there's a lot of initiatives to put up like competence-based education and competence-based perspective in child protection. Obviously, they are mostly social workers, psychologists, pedagogues. So obviously, they are aware of the importance of cognitive behavior, cognitive aspects, and also the competence-based and skill-based education. So while we were, working with them, and we were doing this focus group, and also we were doing the training in the juvenile correction institutions and children's homes, we realized that there are a lot of initiatives from the part of the professional. The thing is that sometimes there are a lot of dilemmas, like institution-wise or politics-wise, if I can say that, and also resource-wise as well. So sometimes it's not their fault that they cannot acquire a certain aim, but it's more of the more due to the fact of the backlashes in like in the framework, in the context that they are working in. And especially at the moment in Hungary, we have like quite a lot of disturbances concerning child protection institutions. So the Ministry of Interior started to do like a complex program to choose the perfect professionals for children, working with children, also psychologically mentally fit to work with children, which is like, it's a must, and it's a basic, it's a 101, like when you work with juveniles. So what to sum up, I don't want to talk a lot about it because I have more dilemmas than solutions, but then what I actually experience whenever I'm talking with professionals and throughout the course of this project, that they are willing to do, they are very open to new practices, they are willing to learn, and obviously we are trying to implement new things every once in a while, like international good practices into our like juvenile correctional context, and they are very, very open to that. So from the point of view of professionals, I don't think any like failure hardships like to acquire to reach a certain point. And I think this project also helped to realize that there are good practices. Like some of my colleagues, one of my colleagues mentioned, maybe Inga mentioned when they did the proposal, that why these countries, because you would never think that these countries could offer good practices, but they can, and I do strongly believe in that. So I think that's one of the success stories that I can share with you. I don't know if it stands as a success story, but that's all I have.
I think it works perfectly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. I think let's look what a success story means then for Romania.
Thank you, Agne. Yeah, what Marta said before is applied in Romania in a big part. For us as an NGO, it's very difficult and very hard to work directly with the prisoners or juvenile prisoners. So in general, we'll work with the educator or social worker who are employed in prison or educative centers, because it's the most easiest way to get to the prisoners. And I can say it's a success story for us. Indeed, it is applied in this project, because in this project we work with the educative center from Buziaș, is a center for juveniles near Timișoara, and we involve the professor educators from there, and we discuss what we develop in the project, the methodology, which is the best practice. We discover which method we mention in the methodology to be applied, and we convince them to do that exercise that we developed in the methodology 1 week per 1 hour per week. So for us, we have a lot of projects in the prisoner system. It's very hard to get there and convince them to apply something you develop in the project effectively. So for us, was a big success to convince them to apply that exercise with the young juveniles, because they, in general, they do just the basic subject which every people will learn at school, like math, science, so on. So for them, this is a big important for them to learn, but the social skills and what you learn from this kind of informal education is very important and should be go to a bigger scale, not just small prison and educative centers. So this was for us the success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandru. And we have Turkey, but I'm not sure if we have now the success story. Do we have someone from Turkey? Okay, so I think then we're gonna move to a different, the last part, and the last part is actually questions and answers. So if you have any questions to any of us, just ask in the chat and we will try to answer. But for starters, I think I'm gonna ask perhaps a general question, what was a specific challenges that you faced during the project's implementation?
Okay, a little bit issues with the computer. Okay, now it's better. Can you hear us normally? Me.
Yes.
I was like, king. Okay, so what was the specific issues? I'm thinking. I think the big issue for me, it was very dynamic political situation in Lithuania. Because of that, we even changed the name of prison. Earlier it was like a correction houses, and suddenly we decided to change the prison. Why it was a challenge for me? Because I like prison or correction house more, because it means for me that I'm not bringing any attitude to those people who are inside, who are making a sentence. But now when we have a name again, prison, it's hard to speak, I think, about resocialization, because those people who are inside of our prisons at the moment, when the name was changed, they were really sad, all of them, because they were asking, what does it mean? Do we again not a people who are equal to other ones? Again, we are prisoners. So it was quite a huge challenge for us. And when I'm talking about the challenges, I like to talk as well about good practices. So for me, I think the best practice is that throughout those 3 years when we are going to our Lithuanian prisons, we change a little bit, maybe a subculture, and those people who are inside of the prison, they started to volunteer in our organization. And I am proud actually because of that, because of those people, because for them it's not so easy to say and to sign the contract that they will make something better inside of the prison. So for me, I think it's one of the best results inside. And of course, one of good practices that we have a social hostel Hata, where people can come after imprisonment and to find here homes and to feel like in family. So I think I had answered.
Thank you, Inga. So I see there's like no questions, but if anybody wants to say anything, that's the time. If no, I'm just, closing this up with the future plans, let's say. I guess the success stories and lessons learned from this project, it's a foundation for future initiatives and collaboration. And just, I guess, thank you to all the presenters today. We had, it was nice to meet you all and hear from your side of part how you were doing in the project and in general in your work and expertise. So thank you once again, and we are ending the conference today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.